Okay, so they should go live then. Oh, yeah. It didn't go live because I had it on private. Okay. I think the easiest one here will be, because I can always hit the record button when I'm doing it. Got plenty of space. So what this is obviously this is the convergence mod. People know this. People might not know this. You know, this is still getting a load of updates as I speak now, but I've recorded most of it about 40 hours, which is not on the channel because it's been recorded, but the 15th day, so 2 days time. It doesn't have to be like but I want to get it done within 2 days. Recording would most probably take me, it must probably take about 5 hours on both because they're right at the end game. One is mostly a little bit further than the other, being the Ice Mage, which has never been streamed on here. It's never been, and the bow has never been. The bow does insane damage, and the Ice Mage takes you to the, I'd say nearly, is the D-Graph boss nearly as hard as Consort Radan, possibly as aggressive. They're all they're right at the end of the game, so that's why it'd be easy to I could stream that bit because it wouldn't make no sense to anyone because we're not starting a class because these are all recordings. So the Cinders mod wouldn't go because of for whatever reasons it just won't go. I don't know. It could be updates. Whatnot. I can't find the files there, but there's something missing. I'm not sitting here for 2 or 3 hours downloading all these files that have already been downloaded again because they're huge files. They end up clogging up, and I've already got those files. You don't have to re-download them. You just got to package them right and reinstall them properly because it's mostly missing an executable. I had this problem before because I had it all saved up properly, so I looked for it, and there's like 2 copies of it, and one should have a Dark Souls 3 like icon on it, so I know which it is, but it hasn't. I couldn't find it because we haven't played it for a couple of weeks. I mean, if you want it, you've got to sort of like play it every day so you know where it is because it's easy to get lost. And I packaged it up in a folder as well, and I named it, and it's missing something. It wouldn't launch. It goes to vanilla. But apart from that, you're alright, Michael, yeah. Just give me a minute because I've been getting heartburn. I went live with this about 20 minutes ago, but private, without realising, because YouTube went blank on me. This is at the end. I'm at the end. Nobody would have seen any of this because this is all recordings, but I'm just about to... I'm going to do one of them, or because 2 days time I've got Mortal Shell because I've got early access. Then obviously I'm going to jump onto Neo. So the Mortal Shell early access, I paid the extra 15 quid to get that, and because it's got 10 extra skins you'd get anyway. The game's cheap anyway because I bought it for 50 quid, so the game's about 30, I think it's £37 because it's all, you know, it's either on, it's in Unreal Engine, but apparently so. Is it? Or was they talking about another game? I'm getting sort of something about another game. I'm talking about PC. There's where everything's getting too high on PC, and it's they're starting to some of the developers are trying to get it. People can't keep on playing on PC and having to buy new fucking graphics cards because it's like that. That's what's happening. So the devs have realised, and there's something that I heard today, and I thought, well, yeah, they should make it, you know, because like not everyone can have a £2,000 5090 in their PC, you know, and they go higher than that. They go up to 10 grand and more. The Founders Editions do of those cards I'm talking about, but they're trying to make, because there's a new game that's coming out. They're trying to lower the thingies down. It's not enough to do with consoles, to do with PC. Because mine's a mid-tier gaming PC, and it'll run most things, but then some things it won't. So I know Mortal Shell's alright, because I've played it in the beta test. Give me a minute, because all these have been, they're all right at the end game. So it's either the Ice Mage or the Bow. The Bow is extremely powerful, but then the Ice Mage is further in the game. Nothing fresh, no, but I'll make it into a video. So either press the record and record the bits I want to, or I get a 5 or 6 or 7 hour before you do the editing, and you cut the bits up and leave them. So I chop it up, or I press the record button now, which is, I think, let me look at something in here. Let me look at settings, because all my games are pushed over to the external graphics card. The external thingy, so no games are actually on the PC, they're all on the thingy because of storage. System, right, storage, how much storage have I got in here? So I've got 300 gigabytes free. Right. Yeah, so that's got to be made into a video. I know what that is, and I'll tell you what, because when you record as well in CapCut, that's saved. They save all that stuff as well. I had to delete. I deleted 300 gigabytes in CapCut. I didn't know it saved everything, and you've got a cloud in there as well. Let me just get a drink. So one of these, the quickest one most would be the Ice Mage. The Bow is very powerful. I'm going to record. I'll most probably record it. Wait, I might. No, I see where I am. No, I'll be able to see where I am in the game when I load the save file up. Yeah. So the Ice Mage is the latter. So, because the recording before that would be the end of the thing. I don't know what, I should just bloody done one on the other, but wait there a minute. Let me let's get the thing. It's it's still fucking hot here. I can tell that for now. It's meant to cool off at the end of this week, and I hope it don't cool off so bad that it's bad for my birthday. Because my birthday's on the 28th. So far, I can't see. I've seen the weather forecast, but it doesn't go back that far. It's going down to about 25 to 21 degrees, which is about 70. What's it in my flat now? It's 31 degrees, but it's still 45 humidity. It's the humidity. It's just high humidity. I went out down the shop earlier. It's very humid. But I like it. I like the heat. I don't like the cold. That thumbnail that's on there, that's the degraph boss. Yeah, that is the boss that you have to do to get to the skin. Yeah, you have to do that. I've already fought him before. He's very aggressive to get the spells of the ice mage. So that's him there, because the other variants of him, he's like a wet flannel, but because it's like a bloodborne boss. Yep, so it must be better to do that one. I don't think I've have to get the jewel for that neither. So I think rather than doing the bow, otherwise it doesn't take long to bloody you soon notice when the PC stops working, when there's no memory and stuff like that. It's absolute fucking weird. So oh my god. I'll show you one thing first. We're going to do the ice, but I'll show you how powerful the bow is. The Devonia's bow, yeah. Don't really need to get any of the other bows. Wait, there's no sound. Wait there. No, wait there. We might have to touch her. Yeah, that's it. So we won't play the bow one because you have to get the jewel, even though I know where the jewel is. So Hawkeye, this one here. So that's all the armor sets. Most of the armor set before this is better. Considering I can get this bow up to right there, and we haven't got the jewel for this. 13, so we can get it to a 14, right? So we've got all the armor sets, no armor sets to get. Most of the one below this could be a bit better. You can get the Ansbach bow. There's another bow called the sapling bow up in Hinterland, which is, where's Hinterland? Hinterland is up here, yeah. Hinterland, it means something. I heard it on in a movie or something like that yesterday. It said Hinterland. I thought that's in Elden Ring. Anyway, look, watch this bow. Infinite. And you know what, when you get there's only 3 armor sets. This one and the one before that. When you get the jewel, then you don't need this, which is infinite arrows. So Devonia's bow. There's another bow you can get. There's also oh god, there's also another bow that's very good like this. Because this class didn't use it. This is faith as well, but they got rid of the faith scaling, so you can see 65. When you get the jewel, it does something else. But the armor, the other, this is Egon's armor set. If I look to the armor sets without having to go for everything, the path for the marksman, it might be the high pages stuff, which we went all the way and beat the ruin bear. So this is the ragged armor set, as you can see. It's Egon's set. But yeah, I haven't got the jewel as the other. The jewel is here, isn't it? The jewel is right there. Right down here, all the rugged man flies are. It's not that one there. No, it's mostly not even this one here. Wait, I can't see it. It goes across. Wait, there. Where's the one? Oh no, no, it is that one there because there's that one there that you can go. This is just because this is the bow and the level 1 jewel. Right. That just goes and shows you what that bow's like. Alright, let's quit that out. Ice mage. So this has gone. I'll soon find out where we are. I know where we are when I load it. So that's already been done. Storm Gale. Might be this one here. That's been done. Flame. That's something I'm doing. That's been done. Crit. There's also something that you can do after this. Estrella. That's stars. That's Dark Star. That's mostly been done. It's mostly this one. I'll soon find out if she's wearing. Oh yes. Oh yes. Have I got a jewel? Oh yes. This boy, this boss is bloody. This boss is absolutely aggressive as hell. So what needs to be done on here? I had trouble with some of these getting this jewel. I had to do melee. So there is. Right, so D-Graph's heart. Right, so there's 2 more. So the last spells come from Noxumbria. That's the in the DLC. That's what they made. It was like Bloodborne. And the last armor set is beating this boss. You get his heart, and he dropped his weapons. This guy's aggressive. I'd done this with Malekith's, not using Malekith's weapon to his potential because you can you'd make it to his potential behind Godric's, where it does a lot more damage. I didn't know that at the time, but I was taking so much damage from this boss, but it was all this ice stuff. This armor, I've redone this armor because this is how this armor looks. This is the late armor for this. So I've done that. That buffs that. I wonder if have I done that then? Well, no, I can just go up and look at the smithing stones. Yeah. See if I've got 13s and 14s. Then you just bring it home. So if there's 13s and 14s, Yeah, the dagger in the offhand is to buff the staff. If you need to whack someone, I don't know what level it is. There's a melee version. Yeah, this is. I mean, to get the jewel, it's not always that easy to get the jewel. Some of these guys, they clap your cheeks. With this one, I can remember. It was. I had to go to melee with this one. Yeah.
Well, I took you no matter. Lay out your arms.
You don't have to level all of that up. So, that was it the silver rapier or no? That's the upper class, isn't it? Yeah. No, it comes from there. The silver rapier. It's the Nox. Oh yeah, the fist weapons. That's it. These. If that was students, that's that one. Right, so I have to check to see. I don't record everything. No, not like the vanilla, not vanilla stuff. But to me, it's not vanilla because it's modded, but the video would end up getting too long. So, just want to see if I got the keys. There's a quick way to check on that. If you're doing a bleed or something like that, then you highlight that, or get the other one, or highlight that. Then you put it in the thumbnail so people know what it actually is. Bleed, Thorns, Frenzied. Right, so there's five. Right, so wait there. First, second, third. Moog. I know it's this one up here is the fourth. We're not talking about that. We're talking about it'd be Morgott. So I'm just gonna fly back and see what the bird says. So I don't know. I was playing this, doing a lightning, doing a volcano thingy. It might have been recording. I was testing because I haven't played it for ages, or for a long time, years. I think I gave up on it because it wasn't that good, but it is quite good. But you have to go to Selwyn and I'll actually know. Because going through, when I was doing this last week, I was thinking, going through Volcano Manor is hell. It's slow, it's laborious, you're getting snipes left, right and centre, the damage you take is unreal. And Volcano Manor is massive, all the underground stuff and everything, and all your stuff is coming from there, and you're like thinking, God, there is just so, you're just overwhelmed with what you got, how big it is. The game is big enough, let alone with all the added stuff that you've got to do, and that's the stuff you do. I mean, you have to. I end up leaving a lot of weapons out there because I think, well, that's just no better than the actual weapon that you get normally, and that is a lot of the case with some of the weapons. They don't. They might change it a bit. You can see it, but if not, then you don't get every single weapon. Sometimes I do, and I think that was a waste of time. So just want to check because you've got to finish it. So. you need to know what the key is. The 5th key is always going to be Malakath. Morgon. Right, so yeah. So that's 2 bosses to beat. So you just gotta do that now. I don't really have to record this neither because I've done this a bazillion times because it's always the way. If I'd done this with a bow, oh, we would be able to get this. It's getting this guy. We should be able to get this guy. Right, so if we're in mage mode, wait there. Mage mode is that mode. No, wait there. Oh no, that's what do you call it mode? That is melee mode. It's the other mode. There's one of these. Isn't the other one where you couldn't tell the difference? No. Where'd this guy go? Watch. A lot of them go with that and more. I would have been up here to get the talismans because you do a talisman up here. But this guy will go quick and try and get that thing above us as well. We're talking that thing up there, yeah, because that blocks your way. Da, da, da. It just won't do it. I know, don't tell me it's got to be a bow. Am I gonna do it? Alright. Oh god. Don't tell me I haven't got an arrow sting talisman because this is a blocker. You can't, he will throw you off the thing. That's what I mean. I haven't got the bloody arrow. Well, there's a talisman up there. It's just hoping. I mean, with their wiki, it will tell you where to go and get talisman. But it's if you've already got those anyway, you know. If I haven't got a bow, an arrow, I don't know. I'll just bring up their Discord and see where the nearest one is. Because instead of you looking aimlessly, it was so you need an arrow sting talisman. So the black bow is in this region as well. So you pick that up. Then just... you have to just make some, because mate is going to get you off regardless. And that spell is up real high. Holy spell. It's got me a couple of times when I've been like doing this prep bit of killing that guy, so I've got a free run. and getting that guy in there. And that's a modded boss. Morgott is not. He's a key holder. So let me bring up the Discord. Then I'll know where alright, we've got the wiki. Let's go for talismans. This is a combat talisman, so I know it's a combat talisman. So it's the arrow sting talisman, most probably. So the arrow sting talisman, and you could click on where they all are. So there's a lot. So we wouldn't have got all these, I can guarantee you that. But I want to just go and collect it quickly. So that was a waste of time doing that, because I know the bow and arrow won't reach over there. Weeping Morn Tunnel, Mistwood. Templetown Ruins. Templetown Ruins. Now we've got one live on the thing. Templetown Ruins in... Yeah, I bet you I'll pick that one up. And that's not on there. You could look, yeah, an arrow won't go over there. I've tried it before. You have to get this talisman helps. Like if I had if the bow, then that would have easy got it. I mean, you can get the Devonia's weight there. This is not a faith stats. It's in, yeah, Devonia's bow is in. So Templetown Ruins, and that is totally separate from that. Because where that talisman, where you pick up that is not that. That's where you get the Devonia bow from, is in there. So I've got to pick this up. So there is some laying about. I do know the demi quick ones to pick up. But right there, the black bow's there as well, so you can pick that up. There is one, Templetown Ruins. I hope this is not one I've picked up. We have been here because that's off there. They're a little bit vague on. But I mean, you have to. I know where some are, but it's got to be a combat rune. Yeah, a combat. What you make. It's definitely not up there because like where you do get a talisman vanilla is where you get that bow that I was just shooting from. There's nothing up the end here. I might just. I mean, the demi-human, down in Weeping, that one there. That's. I bet that's one I haven't gone to because it's just so easy to get to. But it might not be a combat. It could be something else. Cause I've always had to look for something when I'm doing this thing here. When I'm looking for when I have to make the talismans, the jewel. So you have to find 4. You think, oh, so I've got to do that, I've got to go here, I've got to go there, I've got to go A, B, C, D. Alright, arrow sting talisman. Where is it? It's not going to tell you where it is it? Located by regions. Merkwort Cat Mistwood. Oh, do you know what? There's a strong possibility there could be one. Or we might have gone there, but there's one in a chest here. Yeah, rather than having to go through a bloody dungeon. You might get an arrow over there, but I very much doubt it because I've tried it before. So down here, there's a little. So I might have got this one because I know it's an easy one to get on this class. So you want to jump down on the thing. Because we need a specific talisman. There's a little tiny. Is it in it? I don't think I can remember. I think it's. Yeah, that might. I'm not too sure if that might have been it. It might have been because, like, getting a jewel, you do jump in a hole like that. So. Right, Merkwort Catacombs. Okay. Yeah. High Storm Hill Finfolk Heroes Grave. Well, what's around here then? Oh, that's a modded talisman. That's a modded dungeon. That is, yeah. Earthborn that is, yeah. Right there. What's that one called? Earthborn. Jarberg. I bet I've got that one as well, because that's just a grab as well. Jarberg. I'm gonna have to lock that. Mount Gilmere, Hermit Village. Dragon farmers are no. These are all right. You'll mostly pick some up. That one in Templetown Ruins. Limegrave Covenant Remnant obtained after defeating the Grave Warden Murkcourt Catacombs. I know what Murkcourt Catacombs. Has that one been done? Yeah, you can see him because it's beating Godric. You see all the. Don't have to go there. This is it. Yeah, this is him for one. Yeah, so it's this is in and out because it's a beginner's one. I'm just looking there. So you just got to kill the troll boss there. So it's in Paul de Lever. You got the bleed boys in there. Get that. Then where we are, you grab the bow from there. You want to make sure as well that you've got enough arrows to throw over there. You don't need to, I mean, you could, I forgot about that. You could have just got the bow. Could have got the bow and just sat underneath that, and it's a bit late now. We're actually here now. Oh, right, okay, it's the D-Graph boss. You watch how much damage he's aggressive. He's like a. And the other one, there's another weapon that comes from there. There's a couple of weapons that come from there. He's like a wild man. Yeah, see, I don't, yeah, I can, most of it, well, you could, from afar, but you could get you could just use the bow from where I was trying to get him with the spells, that thing, because those 3 hits and your health bar's gone, believe me, because, but this is very, very quick to do. Let me just use the Craig bolt. And it would just be these guys here. I bet these are all scaled up super high as well. Not super high, but not like they are in the beginning. This is a cat, I think. No, it's this rotten boy. There you go, and the Ronin's gauntlets, that would be one of the mages. Look at this guy. Okay. So veterans, obviously the heavy armor, so it'd be one of the heavy classes that you'd have to go a bazillion times through to play the melee, which we've done the bow. We've done the crit one, but I'm good. We might redo it again because it's always going to be there. Because you can revive all the bosses via the thingy in the whatchamacallit, down the bottom. You can revive every single boss back at the round table. So every single boss you've killed and more. So with an end-game build, you just revive them, and you're put right there at the boss, so you can just record that, and if you want to do more, you can do more. So you can make a video like that. Avenue balcony. You need to go to Avenue balcony. Because this is, if you don't know this, this is all back to front. So let me take Discord off a minute. Move it down. Disable this. It puts you in truncated mode. Always these people, and this makes me laugh. Everyone is trying to outdo everyone at the moment in Elden Ring mods. Can I beat this? I mean, it's getting beyond a joke now for some of these people that all they play is this game. I'll be off this for quite a while. Oh yeah. You'd think it'd be easy just to, you know. God, and again. Oh, and again, do you know what? It's because I'm doing it with one hand. I'm trying to do two sort of hold. I will hold the controllers sort of differently. So that's part of the bow playthrough. Very good bow on the bow, because when you get this bow with infinite arrows, you've got that shot that just fires out arrows like a shotgun. Devonia's bow is just, it fires 5 arrows at once. It's like boom, boom, boom. But what I don't know what was more broken, which I didn't know with the bow class, was apparently so was the ballistas and the hand, like the other arrows. I didn't know they was a bit more broken. But what people were doing was they was putting different ashes of war on them, and they was doing more damage than what they should have done. I didn't know that, you know. I thought the weapon I had was doing enough damage as it was. So apparently, so all the other stuff, the big bows and the hand crossbows, they were doing. People were just, I don't know, they must have just messed about with different ashes of war, and they was going a lot of damage. But that's a lot of damage what you do anyway. Alright. So you have to go back here anyway, because yeah. And I've got no, yeah, because I won't. I thought one of these spells would have gone over there and got him, you know, so I'm very aware of this. Oh, 20 decks. Do you know what? Wait there. I've got a talisman here. Raise dexterity by 6. I might solve that. Anyway. Make the arrows, buy the arrows. Yeah. And so it's going to be poison and rot. These with poison. These would be poison, rot. Because the item crafting, so you don't need that many. As long as you've got 99, he's going to die, so... Alright. 60. So it's flight, pinions, and thin bones again, yeah. You wouldn't believe how much this costs. Flight pinions, those. Oh, that's gonna have to do. Then just level up the bow a little bit. Because in here, I don't know where. I always thought the black bow was the furthest, but I don't know. The pulley bow is maybe a little bit further, but the other bows, obviously in the mod, go a lot further. Ansback bow is another one in the bow class. But with that bow, I was like thinking, do I bother going that? Because you have to do Ansback's quest line. I wanted to test it because that means going into arcane as well. You know, I know that bow is good enough to beat everything because I used it with the Beast with Devout playthrough that I done. It's on the channel. I decimated everything with cloth armor and just using mostly an earthquake spell, right? But then I got to Malekith and thought, I was getting tough, so I pulled out Devonia's bow. 4 arrows, and both of them were dead, you know, while wearing cloth armor, because it's about the cloth is about spell casting.
Well, I took you for no matter. Lay out your arm.
So we just get the bow. That would do. Alright, so new balcony. No, we start from here. Yeah, then you got this out of the way, then you don't have to come back here again. So that's the 4th key. The 5th key would just happen through Malekith. And taking home these weapons. I mean, when you go into the dragon form, hopefully we can lose this guy. Has he dropped off? Yeah, I'm alright. So we can do that. We can get that from right back there. Should be able to. Right now, clear these guys out. There's still some more spells to pick up for this class, yeah, which comes from the last boss, yeah. And all that stacking, you can see the jewel up there shining at 3 stacks. Time we get there, is there another one? We launch him off to the into orbit as soon as he pushes him down. Right now, arrow. Wait there, what else is up here? Oh, it's matey down below. He's gonna be... He won't come up here. He has done. That lightning guy, if you did. That's him, because some of them got so much aggro on them. He's down there, no. Don't walk up here. Wonder if he's doing a slow walk up here. Oh, he's walking. It's stopping him walking into that. So we didn't get that. We wouldn't have because it's a mage build. Yeah, it's just that guy there. I have realised with some of the spells we can get him from below. Well, I tried earlier, but. Now he's killed me before. I've had to do this 3 times before because I've took one for the team, like those. Yeah. This is mostly the best boss in modded history, in mods that they've done in the area. Everything is our weapons from there. I forget what it's called now, but it's very aggressive. And this is the class that actually takes you there to do it. So I found spells. I found the master spells for this class for 2 years. Because recently I've done Gaius and his armor was absolutely shit compared to Radahn's, and spells was useless, and I ended up doing actually a melee and I melted him. Do you know what I mean? It's like, but I thought Gaius' armor, they changed how it looked. Well, it looked how it looked, but it looked different when I put it on. I thought, So I thought it was going to be a really strong armor, but Radahn's armor, now that was a star caller, yeah. The Radahn's armor was better. Funny class that was, because I hate all those weapons, all those big lumpy things. I've got no heals. Well, I have. I'll have to put a heal on. Because it's what's his name? The boss up there is he's a tanky boy. Oh no, I see. I told you I shouldn't. No. Oh, that for nothing. Yeah, it happened to me before because No, you don't need the Godric's Ruin on. I should put. We'll get another one after this where you've got more. We don't need 10% more HP and how many arrows? Have we got enough there? That's just HP regen. Endurance. I don't know what that one does. Might give you a bit more mind. It's not worth changing it now. One gives you a bit more mind, which we want a bit more mind. We're gonna have to take these off. God, I know. Yeah, because it's I'm chatting away, I'm not taking a notice. I bet I could get him, but then you're taking a risk. That's a lot of damage he does, you know. This is like this guy here, ultra big. So if I went and just, I wonder if I could get a few shots on him down here with the bow. Yeah, well, we'll test him. Oh, he come all that way with the spell. I know what I'll do. Take this or put this as a passive heal. Where's Ratbag here? So this is ice, lightning, magic. Get the other one down there. He's not even having. I mean, also in this mod, you know, you are meant to put a little bit up with 25 is cast speed. It's a known. It's like that in all the games, you know. Just couldn't reach it with the. Perhaps I'll give myself a bit of a bubble buff. I used to hate this class, yeah. Until you got the degraph, because this gives you a real good protection against that boss. Can't lock on, no, we're not gonna. Can't lock on, no. If you try this it's quite risky. I mean, there's some spells you can just sit below him and he's done, but just gonna have to wait for that poison to work. I know poison is better than rot. Because I can't look onto him, so I can't use the ash from this weapon. They would just fire a load of arrows at him very quickly. Oh, one more. That would be it. We're taking turn. I don't want to use any heals or anything. So I want to go into the fight with full heals. We ain't got to beat this. We ain't got to beat that guy there. I've got to beat the it's just Morgoth to get the key. Then going for crumbling's pretty easy because it's quick to go through. So I was going through there with this recently with this fire thing, and it gave you a funny jump. Oh, I don't know. Is it the fire one? I was doing these. He's poisoned a minute. Let me drop. Leave that for a bit. It's because we haven't got the. We're not doing that much damage with the bow because we're not hitting the stats with it. Like anything in these games, you need to hit the stats to use the weapon. You never get the potential out of it. If that just stays there with Bone, it just keeps hitting these rocks. It will, but we need to get our He'll go in a minute. Yeah, he's poisoned enough now, I think. It's the only concern, this one. Oh, there's another little one, but you can get him. I'll get him with the spells. He's been gone. He's gone. Okay. Let's remove every... Then we put this one on. This one. We take a lot more damage with this as well. Right. What have I got in the physic? It is that. So you have to go back. He's gonna be down there, our boy. That buffs, that gives you a good buff, that does. Especially with the, what do we call it? Even though we're not using it, but it's a buff with the jewel. The ornament. Yeah, it would work with the, with the fists. The fists are good on here. Very good, the fists are. I mean, they look like they've been stolen from Dark Souls 2 or something like that. The amount of stuff you see in that. Just taking a measure of Casold. Oh, we knocked him down up there. I do this every time because like there's a good chance of you messing it up. I mean, you can run past these Haligtree Knights. They're going to pick aggro up with you. One already has. Then there's... Just won't stand a chance. Because it's, like I said before, it's back to front, this. Then you got one up here, and they cut it in half. Then you want to do a run on here because of this poison guy up here, the stretchy guy. He's pretty tanky. The guy that's there. Now all the Haligtree enemies, they all used to be like that. So you don't want to be duking out of him up here. And the other thing what I did with this mod, as of this, they broke it in half, so they snapped this branch in half, so I used to keep him further with this. I used to kill the Miranda flower up the top there. Now these are silent. Yeah, silent. There's about... Don't ruin it for yourself. Someone was saying, I was watching something about this game, they're meant to be silent. So this boss is not, whatever his name, it's just, he's quite a good boss, he's just a melee boss, but, I had to redo this armor, I didn't like the other armor, the new styled armor. The new armor used to sort of like be like this, but I just redone it because it just didn't look right, so... My phone keeps on saying to me, do you know what, you need to take a break. Like I'm 10. It must be a setting on the phone I've set, because like, that's fucking bullshit, you know? I can't afford to buy a new phone. Not at the moment, they cost too much money. No, my mum can't hear me. I have to go to special areas in my flat where people can hear me, and then some people say I just can't hear you. I'm like, huh. Right, I wonder if we can get him right there. It's a bit too risky because we've got cloth armour on. I knew it if I start messing about with other spells. Oh! Every time I go through this game, the music has changed. Yeah. I keep on saying, because I'm subscribed to their YouTube channel, the amount of music they've made, yeah. By someone from from the Bucharest Royal Harmonica. Loads of it. Loads of it. You can use it as well on your thingies. It's not copyrighted. You can use it in your videos, I suppose. That's changed. We are taking extra damage with the other talisman though, but we've got the fist option here that'll pummel him. also I got caught in the fucking thing. I got caught in a lampshade, yeah. Got that degraph balls, they're gonna be aggressive. More, that's nothing. I mean, that guy, I mean, he's a tank. The degraph is just very, very, yeah, he's just an aggressive. This is mostly the most straightforward spell to do. It's not the most damage, but it's the one that's gonna... And my hands are sweating as well. From the heat. And the control, and holding the controller, yeah. Why is he running extra fast? Fast, Eddie. So much. There's so every time I get, it's always new music. Wonder if they updated that island. They remember doing this. Well, I've seen pictures of it, but I don't know if it's been done yet. This is what you're gonna get. Yep, that. But a little bit different from that, yeah. On the 28th of August, a day after my birthday. So, with the Tarnish edition for €5, £5. Are you gonna buy it, Michael? Only a fiver. While I've been doing all this, I've even more or less made another poison, done another playthrough, more or less. There's a bit more, but it is going to be a poison playthrough. Then I'll do another playthrough with the new class. It'll just be there. There's nothing good coming from there. Just beat it from playing with the new classes. You're not going to bother buying it. It's €5. It's nothing. Some of gaming's biggest franchises, and as far as you, mate, you might want to start thinking about moving out away from PlayStation, how things have been going, and maybe thinking about getting yourself into the Nintendo Switch ecosystem, because it's not looking good, or the PC. Switch 2 is it's sort of like, I don't know if it's maybe sort of like on par with the PS5. Obviously the Dust Buds is a huge seller for that. You know, I know a lot of people that are going to buy it. Do you know what? A PlayStation 5 is what? I think something like $650 or something now. I mean, they used to be £350 at launch. I paid £600 for mine because they were going for £2,500 at scalper prices. That was 6 years ago. Then I got one for free from Sony because they fucked up. You know? I've got money, a little bit of money, but it's only cash here. I wouldn't put it into the bank because of I've got to go into the council this week, and they would look on all your bank details, even though I've not fucking got a lot of money, but the money's in the room here. So it's either I get a nice tattoo done, or I can buy a Switch 2. The games are going to be, I've seen how much Tarnish Edition is, about 60 quid, but that is the game, the DLC and the extra stuff. I think it's that. So the Switch 2 is 350 quid. Obviously, I'd never play a game on a handheld, I wouldn't be able to even see it, you know? But I put it straight onto the monitor, and it's got all the games that's on there. You know, there's some games I like to play on something that was originally on that game, like Breath of the Wild. I've never played that game. Zelda's Breath of the Wild. That's a Nintendo exclusive, isn't it? If you're locked in to something later on that's going to cost you a fortune, Sony not backing down. And do you know what's come now? So the PS5 Pro, it comes with a warning sticker on the box, right, saying no disc. Like it's some sort of fucking cancer, you know? So you got Nexus, they're a PC thingy. They rake in a lot of views, believe me. They're a PC. They're always taking people to court and whatnot. Nexus, when we'll go, I've got to go there, and I. So they do a lot of PC building and whatnot. So they said, you know what we're going to do? They bought. They said we're going to make our own games and back catalogue. So they got, because they got the money and the sponsors and whatnot. They got some some how you used to do before that. It went totally MP3. I've got a big bag of CDs where I burnt a lot of MP3s because there was no USB CDs, so there's no USBs way to be able to play your music. So it is the CDs. You used to burn it onto a CD, so you've got a track on there. I've got thousands of them in a case somewhere in this flat. And that was back in 2010. So there's a way that these guys were doing it and burning games onto these discs, so they're there forever. Because you know what? If you lose your library, Sony are never going to get it back. And people have lost their library before. And, you know, it doesn't matter. It's your word against their word. You know? So, I mean, I haven't got, obviously, the PS5 Pro. I mean, I haven't got a disc with that. The only disc games I've got, I think I ended up, when I sold the PS4 went of all the stuff that I sold, I think that Neo was in that. But then obviously Neo come with the PS5. But I mean, if everything's backed up to a cloud, I've got all the games that I had from one of the PS5s taken off there, and it's all on external storage. So a 4 terabyte storage. But the way things are going, it's not looking good. I mean, time will tell. I know there's a huge petition that people have signed, but it doesn't look like they're gonna back down. Looks like they're just all out, you know. I mean, with the price of the new system, if you've got the PS5 Pro, you won't have to worry about that for a long time until it's sounds like a Hoover. Because gaming won't jump. Is like when I was reading today about PCs and how it goes when people are like, oh, there's some new games that, oh, but you've got to buy this and that. In the PC world, to upgrade that, it's like 400 or 500 quid. People can't keep on fucking doing it, so they've had to lower the requirements down. Meet that, can't even having all this technology, People have only got so much money. All these big corporate companies think everyone's, got deep pockets. Well, some haven't, some haven't. I'm the one that hasn't got very shallow pockets. Were you okay when the PlayStation 6 comes out? Not when it comes out, because obviously you've got a PS5 Pro, so there's no need to rush for that, so would you get that in the end? Are you still gonna stick with Sony regardless of whatever happens with the company going forward? Because there's three main companies, really. I mean, Xbox is sort of out the question. I don't know what's happening with them, You got PC, PlayStation, and Nintendo. They've sort of come in with the Switch 2's done really, really well,
Godric the Golden.
Duskbloods. That's what sold it. I can tell that for now. Just like
The twin prodigies, Mikola.
Bloodborne sold the PS4 Pro. Or the PS4, really.
Radan.
I know someone bought the PS4. Someone bought the PS4 Pro for Neo.
Luna Princess.
When it come released, yeah.
Willful traitors. All. Thy kind are all of a piece.
Run back. I think I'm a bit low and stat-wise. I think I need a bit more. I still haven't got a lot of spells for this, so backed into a corner. We need our bubble buffs. Oh god. Oh, I go just pummeling melee mode. We've got no heals now. Oh, it's not gonna happen. Yeah. Perhaps we bring old we're taking damage from that. Yeah, yeah. Raise all magic damage by, but lower defense by, yeah. That's our armor, look. Because they changed how this armor looked. So I changed it back to how it used to look, yeah. Okay, because my hands are sweaty, I keep it running like this. What spells? What other spells we got on it? There's a lot. There's more spells to come. Oh, believe me, of course there is. Yeah, the last spells come from the last boss. Our fist weapons are good. Oh, you buff them up. Yeah, but like I said, our last spells. Let me look at some of these spells because I've tried to put the best ones on there. Ones. So one of them's melee. That. Yeah, these 74. Wait, what is not? This is good, but it's not the most powerful. That is if you can get it to go. It's only 25, but this is... The dual works with this, but then I don't think it's... I think we're going to have to go for something that... They're just going to be a... That... Not that... That... Not that... Let's see what this is like. Yeah, it might do it. We haven't got the final spells. No, the final spells come from... And dragon form. It's Let's just... He's fucking nearly dead. Fuck off.
Thy part in this shall not be forgiven.
I knew it because of all this water that was here. All this thingy that was here. I knew this spell would come in handy. I don't know why you've got to touch this. Perhaps it's because my ruins on there. I must have picked them up. That's it. He's done. Then it'll be the last ones.
Done. The trio.
Okay.
Hello again, old friend. Allow me a moment to converse with you. You were unable, prevented the thorns, a husk, the only way, and become my purpose. So I'd like to the flame then and guide you.
Oh, we have got level up.
Let my hand share them with me.
Wait there.
Your thoughts, your ambitions, the principles you would follow.
Oh no! Don't do that. Alright. It's going to increase a lot of that, but then I didn't have enough. Wait there, I didn't have enough. Dexterity still affects cast speed, but then you wouldn't expect it in a mod. That's what I'm saying, but it does affect cast speed in all the games. Right, so that's the fourth key. This boss is tough. This is a tough boss. This is, yeah, but his main damage is this damage that we got with this lightning. Because when I tried him before, I was like, was about level 350, but then I went through a lot of the game. Didn't do the right thing with Malekith's weapon because I didn't know that you could make it into a special weapon.
You know the fingers shake when they are about to, no matter. Now go let the work.
Oh yeah. This Moog, I think I used a spell. He just got absolutely smashed. Most spells will. Yeah, that. How far am I there then? Let me look, see, because is that the Godskin thingy? See if I can get, before we go to there, Northumbria. Because this is quite a long, well, it's not that long. It might be down here. I don't know. Let's go this way because I know there it's pretty easy to get through it now. You just follow the guided lights. I don't know if I've done. I know in a minute when I get somewhere. I don't know if I've done what place is the Godskin Noble. No, but we better heal up here. So you just follow the no funky stuff for this Joel. I think you go up. Yeah. Follow the guided. You just follow the lines. It's a circle. Let me just see, because it might be up that way, then round down. So they haven't been done. Mind you, crate, we're now instantly frozen. Cragbolt True will now apply a non-stacking effect and lowers the target light and absorption. That's why I put that Cragbolt thingy on. By 15% or 30%. And these are being worked because not all these were fabulous. So obviously when you see something that says, oh, it's better now, because it's always got, if you look at it originally, there's a like red writing underneath it in the, like where you look for the jewels. Underworld Bubble Shield armor bubbles no longer expire from duration. Underworld Bubble Shield will increase absorption by 55% instead of 70%. Requires 3 hits before breaking. Bubble Snare will now frost by any enemy's trap. It traps when it expires. So the Snare Trap and Frozen. Yep. There's still some spells to get. That's what I mean from that boss. So not too sure if you jump down. You're not going. That's not a jump. Or it is over here. These lights are a marker, I do know that. Whether you can... So it is sort of this way. You follow these, this is sort of... Oh, it's just not going that way, and it's not going that way. We've just come up from there, so... To get this first before that area is let's get this before, to do this before Malakath. And yeah, it's up this way. There's a little bit here, look. Oh, we've done this, yes. They've added that. Yeah, because I picked up the ruin from there, so... When have I done... No, this is the way back. Perhaps I went off, because obviously this is record. This was all recordings, you know? Yeah, it's definitely up this way. This would be to the... We'll replace the gods can do with that guy that's pretty yeah, I'm up here. I should be able to get him from up here. No. See, it's the light. If you just follow these, it guides you through it. Because I'll tell you, this was the first edition of this was the worst thing they ever done. This was a nightmare. I had to use cheat engine to get through it. And now it's just, if you haven't got to do Placidusis or the new Huntress boss, which you don't have to because we're not doing a sleep build. But she does have the bell bearing for like a grave wall, but then I don't need that. But eventually they'll give that boss a weapon because they did it with Chimere. He was a boss from Dark Souls 3, but then they put him in here. But he never had a weapon. Now he's got a weapon. Now obviously like Comrade, the boss before Moog, was a boss 15 months ago, new. When they had the update 15 months ago. Now he's got a weapon, Comrade has, bleed weapon. So I expect the Huntress, she's pretty easy to kill. I expect they'll give her a weapon in the future, and they will change with these. They will make a new boss, I suspect. Not just do one, but they make a new boss that will replace Consort Adam. Because I can even with the Garden of Eyes, what they've done with doing the Consort Millennia, then making Mikola God of Abundance, and those bosses are fucking super tough. Not that I've been there, but I just read because I've been waiting for more. Because as this, when this update happened, there's a massive update for the Garden of Eyes mod. I've been paying for that for nearly 2 years in December. £6 a month coming out of my bank account. They've done a lot. And I haven't recorded none of the new stuff. Nope. To get to the new areas I have to beat Malakath. But there's like, also you'd have to, before I do that, I'd have to beat Cinder that they've put in the fucking where you burn the furnace. So obviously Cinder from Dark Souls 3. So they added, that's the one that have got the really hard bosses. There is obviously some harder things. But there's someone that played a new hard mod the other day. It might have been that Scum Nut. So he said this might be illegal. So there's a Chinese mod called the Golden Age. Yeah. So I don't know how he managed to play it, but it didn't look nothing like Elden Ring. It looked like an anime fart. Oh, I don't know. I would see it. I thought, how is it? Can you put this into the Elden Ring category? Like he say, I play it, so you don't have to. You know. I tell you what, something like that could break your PC. This might be better done with. I will see because this boss is aggressive. But we're summoning what's his name, Benel, because things might be better done with our fisty weapons here. So we only got cloth mechanics. And that's about all we need. Right, I think we do that. Do you know what? I can't do it, can I? I wonder if I can give them Golden Veil. It won't sit on me because of the. Oh, I can't. I just leave it. Well, he's here. I'm going to use that. Yeah, because of with spells, unless I go melee, which is the better way to do this, I bet. But we're just going to see, because this guy's very aggressive. He hasn't got a lot of health. He's just like a big overpowered just to huge one of these enemies here. Yeah, this is one of the weapons I had to get the other day, and I thought, I'm not getting this. No, it's something else I was doing. We've nearly played all the classes, but that will come to an end shortly when Neo comes out. Neo 3. There are a lot of people are slagging off at the moment. I do know that. I see on Discord. Or just moaning about it or whatever. Not everyone, but I wonder if I can do just that when I first get in, because this guy is fucking angry as hell. I just do want to get the weapons out. Angry boy. I bet Dragon Cultist. I mean, this is a good class, but it's we wait and see when you have to get the spells first from the Degraph guy, and he's pretty tough. I will say that. Most probably it could be a second or third to Consort Radahn here. The bell bearings are no, they're all over the place. So wait there, let me see which way. We came. Did I walk in here? Wait there, I'll be able to find out. Yeah, we come from that way, so we're gonna have to go opposite out. So if you was to do the dragon, oh, we got matey there. If you was to do the dragon cultist, then I think Placidusis is mandatory for you. But dragon cultist is a strong class. It's got strong armor. It's got the most spells in the game. He's messed my which way I was going out. It was this way, yeah, because of No, it weren't. It was that way. Yeah. Because of the Banished Knights. Yeah. So then we go to Noxumbria when we've got the final place. When we got the thingy for what's his name? He's only over here. Yeah, if I had thingies I'd be able to glitch over there. If I had Millennia's sword, I'd be able to whip over there. Oh, look, they put that there. Yeah, obviously, yeah, that's what messed it up last time where I got confused. But I mean, they've done this so it's not that bad getting over there. There you go, there's one there. And that's a hop. It's pretty easy getting through now, I can tell that now. Last year was terrible. This was... I had to use cheat engine 5 times to get through it. Because this is how you'd normally get through it, and you'll go up here, but no. But is this... It's not that hard now though. Alright, we get our bell bearings, so we might wanna... As they're all in water. You got the guy behind here is as well. We're on our way out of here now, yeah. By just following the lights. There's nothing in there, no. There you go. Then there'll be one of the Livonia. If you leave him, he won't do nothing. But still, oh, he's the flower one. We're on our way home, baby. Halfway through. Yeah, this is. But I got a lot of it. Anyway, I ain't done no recordings of this yet. Because it's not worth recording it. Because we've been through it a bazillion times. Malekith might prove a pain. Because he always is. Regardless. Oh, when I had that that other thingy that gave me no fall damage, I could just jump all the way down here. Alright, let me take this up. We get the door. We open up the door. We're at the door sort of nearly now. And that gives you, that tells you sort of like you open the door, then you go back and open it up. So it's, you don't have to, but it's better that way because then down again. Oh, behind the door. Noxumbria, there's a weapon we would get before that. I forget what it's called, the galvanized something. And then up, then we sort of go back. And it takes us to, oh yeah, that. Stormhawk birds. When did they change it? They put some of the... Oh, he's there, yeah. Okay. So with our little escapade here, so because you're going actually backwards here, you could go forward, but open up the door, so just in case. This is a marker for me when it was very bad. So they literally like say, what is it? When this got updated in June, so it was like 15 months of nothing changing, radio silence, and you can see slowly bits. So 15 months of work they've done on this mod. They're still working on it as I'm speaking now. So I've being a patron, I can still do stuff. This door, this is the other side. I was just here just a minute ago, you know. But this door was always a marker to me that you know you're on your way, because you can go back and you open it up. Because normally it would take, if you know which way you're going, an hour and a half to get through. But to me, I just produce cheat engine, get all the graces. So I thought, you know what, I'm never going to remember it. But now, if you just follow those lights, and they have replayed, they've made it easier with the light system. It's a lot more, it's more manageable to get through it, so it's, yeah. You don't have to worry about, you know, you put a cheat engine on to show all the graces are and all that bullshit. Because we are coming up to, Malakath, and let's drop down up here. There'll be another night up here. You drop down and you can do a, then we're right. This is, I think it's just armor in this chest here. Oh, we nearly run into it. Is it? Yeah. Well, what I've got is, oh, it's the Newmans. So, I'll start doing some recording soon. Then I'll put this, try and get this up on YouTube with this one. Then finish off the bow on this. Then, wait there, 15th, 16th. So I've got 3 days early access on Mortal Shell 2. Do you know there's an easy mode on it? Mortal Shell. I don't think it's an easy mode. I think it's just normal, hard, and extreme. Vector Life was talking about it. No, I don't think there's any. It won't look no different on PC than it will do on PS5. So I've got on PC because we've got quite a lot of room now. Because I moved every single one of my games on PC to a 2 terabyte extra storage. It cost me nearly 250 quid a couple of years ago. So I had, with all the recordings and all that lot, I had no storage, and the reason why, because I kept some recording everything and not making any videos. So we don't need to kill that guy. No, we did have to with one of the classes that wanted his armor, but his armor's useless anyway. How much is it to level up? We've mostly got a level just when we sit at the grace. We'll find out in a minute. Mortal Shell 2 is looking absolutely thing. I know with when I said the easy mode, I thought they mean like proper easy. I think it's just normal. Yeah. If I play it, I'll just play it on normal mode. I'm not a masochist to play everything on hard. Look how tough I am. You know, normal's good enough for me. I could tell that for now. But it's only 37 quid. Hey, Michael, you buying Mortal Shell 2? I mean, it's a fantastic game. I played I had a demo. We got a demo on here, and you can't go wrong with that. You know, and I paid 50. That's the first game I bought since Elden Ring. Not what am I on about Elden Ring? Bloody I know I bought it twice, but Neo 3. It's because I bought it on PC, as you know, and console. But yeah, that's the first game I've bought. So I could have gone either PlayStation or, but I thought PC. It's going to look no different. Because the big buff that they done on with the, you know, the PS5 Pro is huge. You know. You're thinking about it. So if you get it, I'm getting it. I'm getting early access, so I can play it before. So here's the choice I've got. Neo releases, right? Neo releases at midnight on console and 5 AM at PC. So I'm like, I've got it on both. So what do I do? Do I play it on midnight on the console? Because I got it, you know, because you know why, the reason why, because it's performing crap. Before the PS5 Pro updated, before the PS5 Pro got they put the Pro in it, then I went back to it. But when I was playing it, I just thought there's so much lag in this. This is crap. So I spent 100 fucking quid, literally $9.99, and bought it on Steam. And I thought, you know, 3 weeks later they updated the PS5 Pro and put the Pro back into it. Now my mate who's here watched it as well, Michael. I've gave him the beta. I've got the beta version of the PS5 Pro, and they've made the Pro even more powerful. More powerful, 100%. Yeah, I've got the beta. I've got if you're on a PS5 Pro, I've got 6 more thingies that I can give out and you can test the beta. You have to turn off Bluetooth. You can't use your controller to turn on the console. You have to turn it on by a thingy. But boy, did it make the games look really nice. Even ordinary games. Yeah, I looked at everything. Yeah, it looks, all the Unreal Engine are a huge boost. It's a huge improvement. It's like they've upped it again and upped it again. Yeah. So it should do for a 750 console. That won't come out until November. So it's had 5 uses. I've got 4 uses. Because I bought the Pro when it got launched. You know, so if anyone's in there, drop your thing in. You can have that the numbers. You've got the Pro. I could tell what it's definitely. I can see the difference. And there's a little bit of there's also a bit of an update for the base model as well. But it is really about the Pro. I will say that. I looked at Elden Ring. I looked at Elden Ring on PS4. I looked at everything looks better. And I'm looking at most of it. I'm looking at on a quite an expensive TV, but it's like 6 years old now. So this monitor I'm playing on now is a QD OLED with a high refresh rate, with 320 hertz refresh rate. But I bought it because it was in a sale. But that monitor, that telly there looks fantastic. You know, watching stuff on telly. On games, it still looks good, but I took the PS5 Pro and I put it into these monitors and it looks fantastic, but it still looks good on that OLED TV I've got. But that's the Samsung, no it's not, it's LG's. LG CX1, and I think you've got the CX, maybe the 5 or 6 out now. The listening devices, I call them. Yeah, I've got 5. I've got 4 left. So you got a PS4 Pro. Just put your, I mean, I think I got sent it because of it's random. They said we sent it. They said you've got to use this by October the 31st. So I downloaded it. I read it. I sent it to my mate. I said this looks very, very good. It's made the Pro even better. They've made it even more of a Pro machine, and they have boosted the PS5 as well, of course but it's more about the Pro. And I thought, I wonder if it's a flank because of the stick they was taking for the PlayStation thingy, I don't think so. So Like and subscribe if you've got a Pro or even a PS5. That's a free upgrade on your console. You know, that doesn't get released. I can guarantee you. I bet not until November, because I got that about a week and a half ago, and I done it straight away. And it just said you got to turn off the Bluetooth. So you turn off Golf Online, you turn off Bluetooth, and it pop up beta, back up your console, and you can't turn your console on no more. Because I have to turn my console on with it because I've got the capture card. So I have to turn the PC has to be turned on first for me for the console to go on. So you can't turn your console on with your controller no more. You have to like actually move and touch the button, if you know what I mean. Because the Bluetooth disabled, and they said it's something to do with EA games or something to do with some gaming thingy, but that would be sorted out, and it's all subject to change. But I'll tell you what, they made it more of a pro than they did when they updated it back in February or March this year. I can't remember, but it made me go out and buy Neo 3, which I didn't have to do from console, and do it onto bloody Steam, so I got it bloody twice again, you know. Waste of money, but I mean, that's what I mean. All the games look very, very good, and I looked at all the Unreal Engine 5 games, and they just really do pop out. So what is better now? You know, if you look at, I'll tell you what, Digital Foundry done something the other day, because I didn't know they was a year. They've been a year independent, so I didn't know they was owned or by IGN. So they've been independent. They were talking about a load of stuff. I thought, I wonder if there's, because I skipped through a lot of it, and I thought, I wonder if they're talking about the PS5, this beta thing. They didn't talk about it. I expect it will come out in, oh, we've got these ball bearings. It might come up in another conversation, I don't know. The beta, they're tested vigorously, do you know what I mean? Because it won't get released to the general public until November. If it said I've got to use that email by October the 31st, I'm guessing it's someone in November they're going to drop it. Everything is fast. I will say one thing. Horse jumps, even on the PS4 version of Elden Ring, you fly. I mean, you really can jump where you wouldn't, where people say, oh, you can only do it on PC. You fly on that. I was getting to things where I can remember struggling with, where doing glitches, and I was testing everything out on, especially on the PS4 version, because that's a solid 60 FPS. Then I tried it on the PS5 version of Elden Ring, and I thought, do you know what? This is, yeah, I can see the difference. And I obviously looked at all the Unreal Engine 5 stuff, and that obviously that looks very, very good. Do you know what I mean? But I looked at the stuff that wasn't as well. It's a very good. It's a good improvement. Right. So no Malakev. We are off to Malakev. Be last. Noxumbria. Oh boy, this is fucking. This is tough, especially this boss. So. Right. My last armor set, D-Graph's heart, dropped from a D-Graph Noxumbria. The Galvanic Culling Blade, Noxumbria, I forget what this is. And the Transcendent Talons, perched off a defeating D-Graph. So, yeah, I know what they are. They're talons, they're frost, and his heart, you go into dragon form. then your power goes bump. So Noxumbria is here. Right, let's give some map stuff to the map guide, because the map guide down here is what shows you all the bosses in the whole mod. So when you've beaten off, I'm sure we've got Malekith will be that bit. So yeah, we have got Khalid. Underworld, Realm of Shadow be that's. Let's talk about the DLC today. So half of the DLC is not used, really, you know. So the Realm of Shadow is Mesmer, Faramazula, Mesmer, Consecrated Snowfalls of Millennia. Right, yeah. So that is right, though, isn't it?
Please, it's pathetic.
Right, let's go to Noxumbria now. So if you look at half of, right, if I get, so in here, this is slightly modded around here because of the scorch thingy there. The things of Deo are extremely modded because you get warped over here. I thought the whole of Midra's place, but they'd never, I don't know, because it's a wide expanse, but you can ride the horse straight through here. But it's modded. When I mean it's modded, there's a gate that goes around about that distance there. Then you got all the frenzied new stuff in that area there. But then they've got a whole legacy dungeon, and they've got a lot of stuff like, wait there, I haven't got the Fogriff Catacomb for one of the other bosses, but that's completely. There's a lot of dungeons that have been modded. Loads. The amount of new classes I've started and that's been done, but this is most of the one. So you come from it there, you go out west, then Noxumbria. Now this is the Bloodborne bit. Oh, then you've got the Vulgar Militia in the Haligtree routes. Not in the Haligtree, you've got the Vulgar Militia and the Vulgar Militia boss, just a massive Vulgar Militia. So it's in there. Vulgar Militia stronghold, yeah. Right, okay. Record on. Right. This is tough, this is. Well, not that tough, this bit, but the boss is tough. And the other one is... It's like Bloodborne, I'll show you in a minute. People have nicknamed it the Bloodborne because the aggro of the enemies here. And they've all got this swag. The weapon, I can't remember the galvanic culling blade, because this will be the second time doing this boss. We've done it the first time. This is class specific, having to do this boss. Yeah, he's no joke, this guy. I can tell that for now. When I was doing it with Malekith, with all the soul burn gear, that's the damage that Malekith does. I was getting ripped apart by this damage to me, lightning damage. Yeah. I ain't put the torch on because the torch lasts forever until death. It's a shortcut, yeah. It looks a little bit like the Nox as well. You got these boys here though. I wonder if it is this weapon. It can't be this weapon. This one. Okay, we've had this bit, haven't we? Yeah, because the ball rolls out. This is a huge jump scare. I can tell that because you've got the mimic chests in here. This is the second biggest jump scare here because the ball rolls out and breaks this here. When you're not expecting it, yeah. Even when you forget that it does that, yeah. Can you? I don't think so. Alright, Mark, I'll see you later, mate. He goes to bed at a certain time, Michael does. Games, gets up, goes to bed at a certain time. Very methodical. He won't be when Neo 3 drops, I'll bet you that now. When Neo 3 drops, he'll be awake. It depends how big the game is. I mean, it's got to be quite a big DLC because we've already been in there for a bit, I know we have. It's got to match up to the first DLC. If you had the first bit of content, then yeah, but then I know a lot of people that just play this for a living. They don't play any other game but Elden Ring. Until you actually get to see the Dustbloods and you decide not to do it. If it's a money thing, then if that game absolutely popped off, people would absolutely buy There's no questions about it. Because it's PvP and PvE. I was listening to some guys the other day that's thinking, you know, like, I'm not going to mention their names, but if things have been, with Elden Ring, if things have changed because of a bad port of Elden Ring, how it was on PC, to do with PvP, would their path gone a bit different if they, you know, stayed on PC and not gone, or, you know, stayed on console because it was quite bad for on PC? The connection and all that lot. Smoked. Yeah. It won't be. This boss is tough. I can remember him being tough. I'll put him like consort down a little bit below that. Mesmer. It depends really. I mean, very aggressive. I was getting fucked over by this damage though, the lightning damage. I thought, do you know, if I put maybe have a lightning like that, grants, no. Just get some of these bubble spells to negate that frost damage, because it is bloody nasty. It was slicing me in half, like, but I was level 340 as well. Yeah. But that was my first playthrough of this mod, and I didn't even know. With Malekith's weapon, you can redo. You can make it. Oh, it's very good. They've done Malekith's weapon and Marika's hammer. So there's a new kiln behind Godric's, so the weapons are a lot better. You can flip that sword, Malekith's sword, over like a claymore. See what else is up here, because I can't remember if it's they're gonna add to it as well, meaning more weapons. Okay, we got Bonky guy. There's another tough boss here as well that you do. That it's a bit like it's a bit of a time sort of thing. If you don't work out, you'll get ripped apart. But I did for about 10 minutes or so. But then you have to work it out. That's all it is. I think there's Demi-Dragon. So it is all back that way, so... There's your Bloodborne style stuff. There is trick weapons in this game, yeah. I've played literally all the classes, more or less 18 of the 27 classes. I've played all the classes, but of this patch we played a lot of them now. But this class actually takes us here, you know. We get our last spells here. We have to the heart, the claws, you know. Before I finish up, then we got the bow to record, which is very, very good. Starline and sword, so that's usually this way anyway. That's when I was coming this way. I was coming to get the, because usually there's a, that's where you get there, because there's no shadow tree fragments in this, you know, there's no shadow tree fragments in this mod. That's what goes up to 15. They made the mod harder, so I think this is so we just done a circle there, yeah. So I think this is in New Game Plus already, but they made it a lot harder. But you'll notice it as well. That's the, yeah, right. So really. There's an elevator up there, I forget what it does though. Oh, we're going down. Okay, so it's just it's a shortcut. I know what that boss is, he's pretty tough, yeah. Alright, let's stop recording for a minute. Oh, the bloody mic was off as well on that. Oh well. I must have turned the mic off by mistake. On record, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna take a. What's the time? I'm gonna take a break because this will be the end because I've recorded all this up until I started streaming some of this. So I'm streaming it, but I'm recording bits of it. So, and then the bow, and that'll be done for this mod for a while. I muted the mic by mistake. Oh well. So people are going away, but it doesn't matter. These streams don't owe nothing anyway. It's not about that. This boss up here is pretty tough. Tough fish is that one there. Most probably better done with melee because you gotta I think this is where the one of the weapons come from. I can't remember it. The galvanic blade. I'm gonna get a drink a minute, but this might be better. I think it'd be better to do this because you got to hit. He goes absolutely mental, this guy. But you got to. There's an orb that he pulls, and you've got to stop him going angry. You hit that orb, which I didn't know first time doing this. And that will stop his aggression, and you'll kill him because that's why this is so much like Bloodborne with the aggressive. We've got a Stake America there, but I just realised when I pressed record, so it must have been when I pressed record in here, I muted the mic. Well, you have to wait a minute because I need to get a drink. Being the old man like I am, yeah. No spring chicken here, mate. Looks like it looks like the weather's going to change. So we've had it's about time we have some decent weather. That's been warm for 3 months, literally. But I think it's going to drop tomorrow. It hasn't rained really neither. But like I said, it's about time we have decent weather. I lived in Spain for a long time, so I know what it's like to have extreme weather, like 7 or 8 years, and no air conditioning. But the UK is it's going to go back to about 25 tomorrow. In my room it's 30 degrees and 50 humidity. But in Spain, I can remember it used to be 32, 34 degrees at night time. I didn't even have air conditioning. The best thing you can do to cool your body down quickly is put your wrist under the sink for 3-4 minutes. That'll cool your body down because it's your veins, and you will cool down. You'd have to pull your arms out, because you'll feel cold. But in Spain, you just sit there. Because we're close to the sea, you go and land destroyer, obviously, and you go higher, and it's elevated. Because you're by the sea, you sweat more. That's why the heat is quite warm here in the UK, because the UK is covered by, it's an island with a out in the sea, That's why it gets very muggy here and humid. But I'm not sitting here like what was the temperatures here today and yesterday? 38 degrees, that's 100 degrees, right? I was not sitting here with sweat dripping down my face. When I was living in Spain, when I first went out there, and I got used to it, obviously, just sitting there doing nothing and it just dripping off me. And we didn't even have a fan. My fan that I've got on me now, the fan I ended up buying, I don't know, I think I had it when I left Spain, so I lived there for 7 years. I didn't even leave the country in 7 years. But that fan I had all the time, Obviously it got to stages when I couldn't bear the heat, and I love the sun, do you know what I mean? But when you hit the drink really hard, and it was that July and August, and I can remember coming back and I was in the hills and whatnot, high up in the hills, sort of like the backdrop in the mountains, and it's like there was no air to breathe, and this is like, I was thinking, God. And that was, and the first year out there, it didn't rain for 9 months, and all the riverbeds, except for one, all the rivers dried up. Then when it comes to September, October, and when it rains, fuck me, does it rain, and you get the thunderstorms of a lifetime. Because Spain is very rugged, mountainous, rural. I saw flamingos. You got in the northern Spain, you got bears, eagles. You got the Iberian lynx out there. One of the rarest cats in the world. When I was out there, they only had about 43. Now the breeding program after so I left there 2008. So There's about 3,000 now, all tagged lynxes out there at the cost of about 35 million euros. They get this breeding program. Obviously, they do get killed by. They built tunnels and everything across, you know, like underneath car, where because a lot of them getting hit by things. But the breeding program, they were on the brink of dying. The Iberian lynx, because the Iberian lynx are only in Portugal and Spain, in Iberia. You know, they're also thinking of letting them here in the UK lynx, but not so much here, up in Scotland. The Eurasian lynx, which is the bigger lynx, because you've got them all over Europe there. The only reason you haven't got anything like that here is because of the ocean, not the sea, the English Channel, you know, or the Northern Sea. And the Northern Sea isn't that deep. You could put the Eiffel Tower in the North Sea and it would poke out the top. So it's no deeper than 200 feet, because that used to be the land bridge that connected to Europe, you know. But yeah, Spain's a lovely country. A lot cheaper than living here. Very expensive to live here, you know. Then I know someone called Victoria Rose, who lives in Pennsylvania. She's been over here, and she done a thing on how much it costs to live everywhere. So she lived in England and she knew how expensive it was to live here. Being a travelling sort of like nomad, having to earn her money that way, trying out all things, how to earn money, but it's all online and social media stuff. Couldn't do it here. She's got connections here though. She wanted to live here. Extremely expensive with everything she found with diesels. And then she went to try to make it in Spain. Couldn't do it in Spain. I'm talking that was all done maybe earlier on this year. Now she's back in obviously America, trying to do the camper life. But then she said that's just going to be a part-time thing, because it's just people just showing, and she's right, people showing stuff on Instagram and stuff like that, because she's travelled the world and everything. That's a girl in her 20s. I mean, she's an attractive girl, do you know what I mean? But she's got autism, which runs in the family, so she can't. They're like loud noises, can't look people in the eyes and stuff like that. She's covered in tattoos, does herself up nice and all that lot. You know, the only companion she's got a dog, but you can see she's lonely and desperate for like to have a man in her life. But I think the men she's had in her life, I could see one. Because she used to travel the world as well. In Japan, she had a guy in Japan. She had a guy over here in the UK, and I think she had another guy here in the UK that went tits up for whatever reason. Then she went over to, because it's so expensive in the UK, she went to Spain to try and get a visa over there. Found out it was very expensive over there in Spain as well. Not as expensive as it is here, but with all her brand deals, she couldn't do any brand deals, because her brand deals, she had to go anything in the States. Her brand deal, she had to be back in the States. And to fly her dog back, she got a Belgian, it's a Mexican dog, but it's a Belgian one, a rescue dog it was. So to fly her back from the UK back to the States, $2,000, there you go, for a fucking dog. Now she's doing van life. She only pumps out one video a week, but she's big on all the social medias, like TikTok, that. But what earns the most money out of them all, considering she only does one video a week, it's still YouTube, and she just gets by. But she's still thinking about, she's like a chameleon, she's changing. But there's videos going back from her from years ago, but soon, because of autism, runs in her family, her dad's got it and whatnot, do you know what I mean? She used to be quite wild, getting drunk and all this lot, and there's some old videos of her. She had a YouTube channel for a long time. She's been doing it for a long time, do you know what I mean? So I think as soon as she got that diagnosis of you're autistic from the doctor, that it changed her, like with that snap of a finger. Because the videos I see of her like 7 or 8 years ago in LA and stuff like that, she was not that girl, you know? She's always had dreadlocks, pink, they were back now they're blonde, and she speaks very softly, doesn't like all that lot, do you know what I mean? She doesn't help herself, because she could make a lot of money on Twitch, you know, and people have told her that, and she's like, well, no, you can tell me, you know. But one thing she gets burnt out a lot, but one thing she does, she gets up and goes and does things when other people don't. when she's got, you know, this thing, but she has to go and experience it. Like, she just drove from Pennsylvania all the way to, because I was watching her video, to Washington, northwest of the states, Seattle. Absolutely beautiful, Montana, the mountains and all that lot. But she said there's all these tourist places, that's all they are. There's no parking. It's tourism, innit? You know? That's why she said about camping. She's like thinking of stopping that when she's just done all out. Bought a car, bought this, bought that, and now she's thinking of doing something else. I'm like, you've got to make up, because you're doing a bazillion things. Your channel is just called Victoria Rose, that's all it's called. There's another Victoria Rose, and I think he's a transsexual or something like that, but she's blonde hair, and yeah, she does. What's her next? I think this is her third attempt at doing like van life, but not in a van, but in like a sort of like quite a big, where you can put a thing on it so you can sleep, like a tent on the top of it, like that. So it's not a van, but it's just like a big Jeep, you know. God, and the fuel prices out there, and she says, oh, from state to state, they all change. Yeah, she wants to live in she knows how expensive it here is in the UK for, as you call it, we call it petrol, gas. It's about 5 times the amount over here. All those big petrol guzzling things that out in America they have, do you know what I mean? Absolutely cheap to live out there, I can tell that for now, and she says it, but it's just the medical stuff is expensive. So I'm just gonna wait. I'm waiting for this to get a coffee on the go. There's another girl that's the polar opposite, but I don't know how old Victoria Rose is, but she looks like she could be late 20s, early 30s. She's looked after her skin, she doesn't stay out of the sun. She's got a lot of tattoos. I've got a lot of tattoos, but her tattoos, she gets tattoos every country she's been. So she's been around the world. She tried to do but she's done it in the wrong way. Then you've got another one that's made a lot of money, and she's got 3.3 million subscribers, when Victoria Rose has got about 250,000 subscribers. But the difference is, Eva Zubek has travelled the whole world in her car, right? And she used to be, 10 years ago, she married a guy over here in the UK, Polish girl, and she got all the degrees in Cambridge or Oxford or wherever it was, and she lived that life. She got all that lot. She got a good job in the city, London, all that lot. And she said, this is not for fucking me. She said, I had the stilettos, I had the Versace bag, I had this, I had that. This was not for me. She broke up with her husband, her marriage, and she just went out, she started her channel. She bought some land up in the mountains, or the Carpathian Mountains in Poland, bought some land, bought a shepherd's hut up there. She's got running water now and electricity after she's written a book. She's done documentaries for National Geographic. She's run everywhere. She's been with the tribes out in the Bib. She's done everything you can imagine with all these tribes out in Africa. She goes, she's gone for a year. Now she's back home because she's obviously got a house that she's bought. She owns a huge bit of land in this hut. She's got running water and electricity now there. And she said, now I'm ready to like settle down because she's just been on the go. Obviously, she's making money from her book, and that's been a 10-year journey. She wrote I think she had an English old army, because we drive on the right hand side of the road, so it's a right hand sider. She's got a different truck now though, but she rode that from Alaska all the way down to Patagonia, down to Southern America, all in one hit. So she's been everywhere around the world like that. I don't think she's done every country, because you've got another girl, a Dutch girl, that does that on her bike, and she does make a lot of money. They both make a fortune. Do you know what I mean? Like I said, the other girl, Victoria Rose, because of that diagnosis of autism, it's put her pension, you know, like a thingy on her, you know, where she can't do it. And she said all she wants is a bit of land that she can call herself. She hasn't got. She's living in a camp. She's living in her truck. Okay, she can move on. They just passed a law here in the UK just recently, where you can actually. It's not illegal no more to wild camp. What that means is it's not illegal It's not illegal anymore to go in a field and pitch up a tent in a farmer's field or whatever. It used to be illegal. You used to have to hide it and everything. So even though people, you know, have done it for years, now it's not illegal to do that in the UK. I said two girls, both earning money off social media, and like I said, one gave a very well paid, high living job and married as well, and then just to do what she wants to do, you know. And yeah, she's mostly made quite a few £1 million, but to give up a degree and quite a good salary in the city and a boozy lifestyle of the weekend, something you do in your 20s. She's 35 years old now, and I was thinking to myself, God, you haven't got long, girl, before your eggs start going. Do you know what I mean? You know, time to get 40, that's it. She might be able to have kids, that's the problem. Or she might not want kids. Because I did notice she didn't shave under her arms and it's black, and I thought, well, that is up to you, girl. Do you know what I mean? If you don't want to shave under your arms, because that might be just because she's been living around the world and doing what so that's just most probably a thing. Not that I wouldn't, not that, it's not very womanly, I must admit, but it's up to the individual. Do you know what I mean? If they don't want to do that, it's up to them. I'm just gonna have to drink this because this is gonna have to be I'm gonna have to do this guy won't be able to do it in spells. I have to put this into melee, which will be we get a weapon. I think we might get a weapon from this guy. I can't remember what it is because it's been a hot minute. It's been June since I come down. I've beaten this boss a couple of times, so I need to get something from him, but it might come from the boss that's here. If you come outside of this area here and you look, this is just a big white building. I've got to question myself at the age of, I'll be 54 this year, right? Doing YouTube, making no money. Is it worth it? No, it's not. When there's a world out there. I just recently I spoke to one of my friends from my hometown, which is not too far from me, it's about 40 miles from here. And he told me he told me about a friend of mine that died that I knew from a stroke. She's only a little bit older than me. She's in her she'd have been about 54, right? Then I said, who else has died? He told me about 10 other people that I knew that had died. From a heart attack to, I don't know what the others were. Oh, an accident as well and whatnot. So I was like, there you go. So life is very, very fragile, do you know what I mean? So, sitting here doing this, earning no money, when a lot of people do earn money, but you will rather take your health rather than anything else. I can guarantee you that for now. Because I sit here and think to myself, what am I doing this? What am I doing this for? What am I doing this for? I mean, the country's in bad shape, so it's like, it's not like you can get up and go like you used to be able to when I was in my 20s going, because I left London like 3 years ago, but I used to go about and didn't have a care in the world now. Now you've got to watch your back all the time, do you know what I mean? And it's not about people that are trying to blow themselves up or anything like that. It's just, you know, just too many mental people over here now, do you know what I mean? You know, and that's everywhere. It's like throughout the whole of the UK. There's not enough police as well on the streets. They're always trying to. Most of them are on these. Like they're always police in these bloody protests. That's why. Absolutely mental. But maybe in a couple of years' time, when we get out of this government, things might change. You know? We're halfway through, so another 2.5 years. Oh, this coffee's great. It's going to take ages for this to cool down a minute. This boss is quiet and he's aggressive, so... Like that.